folks. We're here for the Stix on 36 Scotch doubles. I believe it's a max of 13. Yeah, max of 13. We've got Tom and Amber versus Colby and Gage. That is a 5-3 race, I believe. Let me check my sheet here. 5-4 race. We got Tom as a 7, Amber as a 5, adding up to 12, going to 4. And then we have Gage as a 6 and Colby Osborne as a 7, adding up to 13. They go to 5. ACS rules, open after the break. 8 on the break does not count. Your partner, incoming player, can spot it or re-break. And Tom makes the 8 on the break. He jokes that it counts. He's joking around there. It does not count. Alright, so Amber still has an open table. Counts as a ball made. Alright, so open table for Amber. Solids don't look too bad. A little more open than the stripes, possibly. Little cluster there by the side pocket with the 5 and the 3, but it's also a cluster at the bottom of the table with this 9 and the 15. Amber elects to take stripes. So Tom can shoot the 9 and maybe try to lay for the 15 ball. I'm sorry, that's the 1 there by the 15. I thought that was 2 stripes, 15 and another stripe, but it's a stripe and a solid. The stripes are just a little bit better. Takes the 10 in the corner and dogs it just a little bit. And that brings Gage to the table on the solids. A little bit of work to do with the solids because of that 1 ball by the 15. Apologies, I'm listening to somebody tell a story down here by the 9-foot table. Gage on solids here, going to shoot the 7. Bring the cue ball out towards the middle of the table here. Might break apart the 3-5 here. He does so. Repositions the 5 towards the bottom of the table. Gage will probably be forced to shoot the 5 ball here. He's going to have to find a path around these stripes here. Maybe go to the bottom rail and avoid that 13. Well, he goes into the 13. Don't think that was intentional. Colby's limited on his options here. Has the 1 ball in plain view. May have to be... Okay, he's going to try to play this off the 10 ball in the top right corner pocket. Probably just hold the cue ball right there. Makes the 10 ball instead. That brings Amber to the table on the stripe balls. Pretty good chance that she'll shoot the 12 up in the top right corner here. If she can just hold the cue ball around that area there, they'll have a pretty good shot on the 5 or the 9. I'm sorry, 15 or the 9. So she misses and leaves the ball safe. Gage is going to have to try to kick through here to this one. Secures a good hit. And that'll bring Tom back to the table on the stripe balls. And if he doesn't like what he sees, he may go ahead and play another safety up behind that 15-8 ball. Maybe nip off the side of the 13 ball. Play the cue ball to the bottom of your screen and use the 8 and 15 ball to hide it. Decided he likes the 12 ball. There's nothing wrong with that. Alright, repositions the 13 a little bit down by the bottom right hand corner. Leaves Amber a few different options. I believe she can shoot the 14 in the side. She's got the 9 in the right hand side or in the corner. Would have to avoid a scratch there in that instance. Tries to draw the cue ball back and wiggles the 14 ball in the process. Brings Colby to the table. Let's see if he tries to make this one ball. No, he's going to try to cut the 3 in. Hits the 3 a little too thick. Brings Tommy back to the table. He'll probably tap this 14 ball in the side, send the cue ball to the bottom of the screen, possibly back out to the middle. Oh, nice shot there, repositioning the 15 away from the 8 ball. Leaving Amber a nice, easy shot on the 15 ball in the corner. Doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. Just hit the top side of the 15, avoid that 13, and come over to the left side of the table for the 9 ball. Let's see what she decides to do here. Okay, overran it just a little bit, but that's okay. Tommy can shoot this 9 ball in the side pocket, or he can shoot the 13, bring the cue ball around 2 rails for the 9. He's going to shoot the 9, bring the cue ball up and down the table. Back out to the middle. Very nice, very nice. Now if Amber can just draw this cue ball back just a few inches, that will secure a nice easy shot on the 8. Looks like she may be, hard to tell. Looks like maybe she hit that with a little follow. And more than likely Tommy will try to cut this into the side pocket. It's a slim angle, very difficult to pocket, but should be no problem here. Oh, hits the point. Small target there. Side pocket is a small target on that shot because the angled 8 is entering the pocket. Alright, 8 ball in the corner pocket. Oh, wiggles the pocket. That was so unexpected. And did she scratch? Yep, she scratched too. So it's actually better that she didn't make the ball because that would have been a loss of game. Colby has ball in hand. Just a nice easy throw in here on the 3 ball. Just tap it in. Hold the cue ball right there for the 1. Gage has a natural position for the 8 ball here. Just hit this with the center ball. Pretty easy shot on the 8, and that will send Colby and Gage up 1-0. They are going to 5. Tom and Amber going to 4. right, Gage Fowler to break. He'll hit this pretty solid. Cue ball was in the air just a little bit, and it caused the cue ball to jump around a little bit. Spreads the ball's pretty decent though. A little bit of cluster there by the 8 ball. Looks like the 5, 14, and 15 all in an 8 ball there, and a 4 ball cluster there by the bottom right. Just underneath the right hand side pocket. Everything else pretty out in the open. Tom has an open table here. I think there's a good chance he'll take the solids here, but you never know for sure. Takes the 1 ball, leaves Amber a throw-in 7 ball here. Amber can hit this with some top spin and bring it up the left-hand side of the table, or some high and some left, and spin it out 2 rails towards the middle. Spins it out towards the middle. Tom's got a pretty good look at this 6 ball or the 5 ball in the corner. Don't be surprised if he takes the 5 right now. Probably shoot a stop shot here. Stops the rock nice. Now Amber has options. She's got the 4, the 3, or the 2. She could cut that thin 6, but I don't think she'll take that. Looks like she's settling on the 2 ball. Just hit another nice stop shot right here would be good. She elects to draw it back a little bit. Now Tom's got the 3 in the corner. Probably bounce this cue ball off the bottom rail. Try to come up right between the 4 and the 6 possibly. Could go to the right side of the 4. He tried to go to the right side of the 4. Personally, I like just trying to come straight back up between the 4 and the 6 right there. Amber's looking through like she can make this in the top right corner. She's taking another look at it just to be sure. Looks like she's a little undecided on it, but that's what she's going to try. Just grazes the edge of the 10 ball. And that brings Colby to the table with the strike balls in play. Okay, Colby makes the 10 ball, lays Gage for some options. He's going to take the 9 ball, probably just hold the cue ball right there. Colby's got the 11 ball in the side pocket. Let's see if he shoots the 12-11 or just shoots the 11 clean. Elects to shoot the combo. Now Gage has got options here. If that 14 ball passes the 15, he may go ahead and take it right now. Looks like he's going to tap this 12 in. Now he's having second thoughts. Alright, cuts the 13 in, brings the cue ball back over for Colby. Colby likes the 14 in the corner here. Oh, he likes the 15 in the corner. Didn't think he could see enough of that. Alright, needs to be very gentle with this one. Good speed there, good angle where Colby can just put a little bit of low English on this. Draw the cue ball back towards the middle of the table for an easy angle on the 8, just like that. If Gage can make this, they're going to go up 2-0. Colby and Gage going to 5. Tom and Amber going to 4. Scores 2-0. Colby and Gage. That'll bring Colby to break this time. Colby to break here. Oh, jumps the cue ball off the table, so that's a foul. Open table for Tom and Amber inside the kitchen. Colby made 2 solids and a stripe. A little bit tricky here. Neither suit looks particularly easy. Stripes may just have a little bit of advantage because of that 12 blocking the 2 and the 10 blocking the 1. Tom's looking through to the 13 ball. Looks like he agrees and likes the stripes a little bit more than the solids. And brings Amber to the table. She'll have to stretch out if she's going to shoot that 9 ball. She'll have to reach out and shoot over some balls. Probably need the bridge if she does that. More than likely see her try to cut this 14 to the bottom right-hand corner. She's just updating the bracket. They're Tom and Amber also running the tournament while they're playing in it. So sometimes they have to step away to update the board and put matches up. All right, here comes Amber. Looking at the 14 ball, needs to avoid the right-hand side pocket here on the scratch. The low English should secure that. All right, sends the cue ball around nicely. Might scratch on the other side, though. Oh, foul. Avoids the scratch in the right side, but does not avoid the scratch in the left-hand side. That brings Gage to the table. There are solids. And they had their work cut out for them. They got the 6, 1, and 2 all in peril. Gage wants a timeout to talk it over with Colby. They're just off to the right side of your screen where you can't see them, but they're just having a little talk about getting on the same page here. Or they want to shoot the balls in, where to start at. All right, they're starting with the 5 in the side. Okay, 3 ball next. He's going to try to use the cue ball to go over into the 2. No, he did not. Surprisingly, I really thought he was going to try to go into the 2 there and reposition it. Probably see a safe here. Yeah, just tap off the edge of the 5. Use the 2 as a blocker. I do believe that they can see the edge of the 9, though, in the bottom left-hand corner. More of a containing shot. Tommy's not completely snookered here. Let's see what he does with the cue ball. May go into the 15-6. Oh, may go into the 8 ball. And that's going to be another loss of game right there. Colby and Gage up 3-0, unfortunately. Colby and Gage go into 5. Tom and Amber go into 4. And that's always a frustrating way to lose. All right, Colby to break again. Let's see if he can keep the cue ball on the table this time. Gets a nice solid second ball break, but fails to pocket a ball. That will bring Amber to the table with an open table. Amber seems to like the solids here. I think either suit is in pretty decent shape here. Colby spread them in a decent way. I think you could go either route here, solids or stripes. Okay, that's going to limit Tommy's options. Puts him right up against the one ball. Don't be surprised to see Tommy try to tuck this cue ball right behind the 8. Come off the edge of this top side edge of this one ball with a little bit of low end rush. Try to draw the cue ball up behind that 8 ball. He's calling the 5 to the side. I don't think he's even seen the safe behind the 8 here. He has to be real careful not to double hit the 1. Good effort, plays a good containment shot, leaves them on the top rail, making it very difficult for him. Cage is lining up this 11-15 combination in the side pocket. Looks like he's going to have trouble hitting the right spot to make the 15. Yeah, from my angle, it didn't look like he could hit the proper spot on the 11 to make that 15 ball. Amber's going to take the 2 ball in the side. Let's see what she does with the cue. Just rolls it forward a little bit. And Tommy's got the 6 in the side, 7 in the corner, whichever he prefers. Wouldn't be surprised to see him shoot the 6 and just soft roll it up a little bit for that 4 ball. Okay, decided to hold it for the 4 ball. A little bit of left hand spin required on this shot. Okay, I thought that was a stripe looking at the screen.
No, I'm sorry.
4 in the corner, just draws it back out to the middle of the table here. Amber can cut that 5 in the side. She's going to go ahead and take the 7 right now. I think that's the right shot. A little bit below center. It's a little bit firm there. She's a little bit unsure of her speed on those shots sometimes. Okay, Gage just kind of stops the cue ball right there. Not sure that's what he intended. He kind of had a negative reaction to where he left the cue ball there. Colby just brings the cue ball out for the 9 ball. Don't really see any issues here. Oh, besides missing the ball. Didn't really see any issues with the pattern there. Just have to pocket the balls. Alright, Tommy draws that cue ball back off the 5. Leaves Amber a little bit of a cut on the 7. This ball doesn't have to go in, but it's not super difficult. On a 1 to 10, it's probably a 5, 4. Not guaranteed though. Just waiting on Amber to come back from the restroom. here comes Amber. She's got this cut on the 7 here. She can hit this easy, just bring the cue ball back over to the right side of your screen, or she can go back and forth and bring the cue ball back over to where the 7 is now. Let's see what she decides to do. Alright, hits a little bit firm, almost scratches in the corner. A little bit of a back cut on the 8, but shouldn't be much of a problem. Keep the cue ball out of the side pocket, and it score's going to be 3-1 in favor of Colby and Gage. Tom and Amber going to 4. Gage and Colby going to 5. Amber to break here. Usually makes the ball on the right hand side from there. 14 going right for it. Not the greatest spread, but she did make a stripe on the break. Alright, options for Tommy. He's got good starter balls for the solids and the stripes, either one. Still an open table for Colby. Alright, Colby likes the 4 ball in the side. Rolls the cue ball up for the 5 in the other side, or the 2 ball in the bottom right hand corner. Follows the cue ball up for the 7 in the corner here. Okay, Colby's decided he wants to go ahead and shoot the 1 of the 6 in the side. I would go ahead and get rid of the 7 and then do that next. Okay, settle on the 6 in the side, fires it right in there, holds the cue ball for the 1 in the other side.
Table 7, Jim, Jen, Stephen, Robert. Table 7, 4-3 race. Jim, Jen go to 4, Stephen, Robert go to 3.
Nice shot by Gage, bringing the cue ball back down to the bottom for the 7 ball in the corner. All remaining solids are out in the open. The 8 is, it's a little bit of work to get on the 8 ball, but it is possible. It's not blocked up, just the left side of it is hindered by the stripes. Okay, Colby's forcing Gage to shoot this 5 in the corner pocket. Rolls it in nice, leaves Colby a little bit of angle to bring the cue ball underneath between the 12 and the 15 there, possibly laying the 8 ball for the left hand top corner. Oh, he wiggles the pocket, overshot it a little bit anyway, speed wise. Angle was there. So that brings Amber to the table here on the stripes. A little bit of an issue in this bottom left-hand corner. All right, 11 in the corner. Now let's see what Tom decides to do. May see a safety here. Just going to tap this 10 to the rail. Ooh, got the cue ball over just a little bit too far. He did not mean to bring it that far back over. It's going to leave the rail first shot available for Gage. Cue ball's going to run a little bit. Oh, he left it where he could just cut it in there. The rail first shot. The cue ball was going to run quite a bit. Alright, they're going to have a little powwow and talk about it here. Colby and Gage just having a little powwow how they want to go about this 8-ball.
Even if you would have set it up and just shot their ball straight in the pocket, right? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to jump back there and do the same thing to you, and then now you're still stuck on that same shot.
That's one of the things I always sit there and try to get.
There was no way out of it.
No.
The only way to do it was to get a still.
Yeah. And that's so hard to do in that situation. What you did was pretty decent. If you would have shot it, yes, exactly. If you would have shot it a little bit harder.
I know. Hey, trust.
But in that situation, you
Okay, so they're going to try to bank this in the side pocket. I think that's probably the move. Difficult angle to pocket the ball, but it is possible. Most players don't see it. Very rarely see somebody call that shot. Pretty good effort from where he was. I mean, if he hit that just a little bit harder, it would have straightened up, possibly gone in. Amber's just updating the bracket here, and then she'll be with us momentarily.
Justin and Jeff versus Chastity and Aaron, table 9. Justin and Jeff versus Chastity and Aaron, table 9, 3-3 race.
All right, Amber's going to take the 15 ball. Repositions the 13 over by the 8, kind of. Leaves Tommy a few options. Probably shoot the 9 ball here. Maybe just draw the cue ball back or hold it right there for the 12. Holds it right there for the 12. Amber will cut this 12 to the bottom right-hand corner. Probably send the cue ball right between the 10 and the 8 ball, and if she can avoid the left-hand side pocket, should probably have a shot on that 10 ball in the right-hand side. Okay, it's a little light in the loafers there. She was kind of afraid to hit that. That's going to send Colby and Gage up 4-1. They're going to 5. Going to be a difficult number to come back from. Colby and Gage need one more. Tommy and Amber need 3 straight to move on. Colby Osborne to break.
That one's a good one. I'm not sure how you do it now.
Colby fails to make a ball. Open table for Tommy here. Takes the 15 ball in the corner. Nips the top of the 10 ball, and it kind of stops the cue ball there. I think he was probably hoping to get a little bit better bounce off that 10 ball. Alright, so that brings Gage to the table on the solids. Solids are looking a little bit tough from here. Well, they solved one of their problems there. That was going to be the number one problem. Then they got the 3 by the 13 and the 5 by the 9. I believe both positions may be gettable. The 3 is going to have to be 3, or the 11 is going to have to get moved. 3 or the 13 is going to have to get moved. And they also have the 8 ball right by the 14. That's also going to be a challenge. The 5 ball can be gotten to with proper position. Gage is hitting this with a little bit of left-hand spin. He's going to try to break those balls up. That's a nice breakout. And that 3 may pass by there. If it doesn't, it may be possible to make it off the back edge of the 13. Goes in there nice, but Colby's not real happy with where he left the cue ball there for the 5. I believe Gage is calling the 5-6 combination in the side. Overcuts it just a little bit there. Tom back to the table on the stripes. Loading up on the 10 ball here. Oh, watch out, 8 ball. Okay, unties the 14, but then ties it back up with the 5 ball. And also now the 12 is tied up by the 8 ball. Trying to solve the problem, and creates another unintentionally. Amber makes a very nice split there, moves the 5 and the 14 apart. Tom's got options. He likes the 13 in the corner. Probably put a little bit of left-hand spin on this one. Well, he puts him inside and to keep it on the left-hand side of the table. I thought he was probably going to put some left hand and spin it over to the right side of your screen. Let's see if Amber has... Looks like Amber may have secured an angle to get to this 13 ball. Or get to the 12 ball. I don't know, I'm all off today. Oh, he does hit it, but does not come up clean on it.
Amber's got a tough way to go here. She may be able to make the 12 off the right side of the 6 in the bottom right-hand corner, possibly. Oh, looks like it went better possibly in the side. And if Colby and Gage can clear this up, they're going to move on. Alright, let's see what Gage decides to do. I think he'll probably shoot the 6. Looks like he's going to use some low right, try to avoid this 8 ball here. Comes out nicely on the 1. Probably just a stop shot here from Colby. And that will probably do it for this match. Alright, Colby and Gage move on. Tom and Amber move over to the B side. I'm going to take a quick restroom break here. I'm going to move this over to table 9. And score 0-0 at this point. I will be right back. Just going to take a quick restroom break. All right, here on table 9 we have Jeff and Justin Trimby. They are a combined skill level of 9. They're going to 3. Versus Chastity Durbin and Aaron Gatton. They're a combined skill level of 6. They are also going to 3. Scores 1-0. And I believe this is a loser side match, if I'm not mistaken. This is a B-side match. The loser will be eliminated. Aaron to the table, pokes the 6 ball in the side pocket. Draws the cue ball back a little bit. Leaves Chastity a few options here. She's probably going to shoot this 2 in the corner, it looks like. Cue ball probably glance off that right side edge of the 15. Alright, pretty easy 4 ball in the corner here. Just has to avoid those 2 stripes. Goes into both of them, ends up behind the 8 ball, unfortunately. And Chastity's going to have her work cut out for her here. Going to have to kick to the left-hand side rail, try to hit one of these solids. I think her best bet to try to make a ball would probably be the 7 in the top right corner. So she's trying to hit the 3 ball here. It was just a little short. Repositions the 13 to the center of the table, and that brings Justin to the table with ball in hand on the stripes. Justin surveying the table here, deciding where he wants to start. Okay, looks like he's settled on the 10 ball in the side. Let's see if he rolls the cue ball forward or just holds it right there for the 15. Looks like he's going to hold it for the 15 ball. Pretty simple 15 in the corner. All Jeff has to do is bounce it off the bottom rail and back up towards the center of the table. Brings it up nicely, leaves Justin the 9 in the side. I cannot tell if 13 passes. I believe it is makeable in the right-hand side. I cannot tell for sure if it's makeable in the left-hand side. Not quite straight in on this ball in the corner here. Let's see what Jeff decides to do. If he draws it straight back, he may go into the 13. 3 situation, just avoids it. I think he was trying to split them apart a little bit. Justin trying to see if he can make this rail first. From up here, it looks like it may be laying a little bit difficult to do so. They're going to have a timeout. Have a little discussion about it. Looks like Jeff is telling him it is makeable off the bottom rail there. May come up a little funny on this 12 if he goes for this. Let's see what happens. Oh, he could see it clean. Didn't even have to go off the rail. And Jeff is going to be forced to cut this 12 in the corner. Not sure if he can get the cue ball there where he was looking at. He's going to have to roll this ball forward. It's going to bounce off that rail and kind of towards the right. That's not enough where he can make it, but not quite the angle he would have wanted. And that brings Aaron to the table on the solids. It looks like the 3 may be makeable in the side pockets. It's kind of hard to tell how close the 3 and the 13 are sitting from up here. The monitor is not telling me any more information than I need to know. Cuts the 7 in nice. That brings Chastity to the table on the 5 ball. Possibly a little right hand spin here. Bring it over to the right hand side of the table. Nice and easy. Nice speed there. Nice smooth shot here. If that free passes him to the side, then he's going to have a little bit of work to do to get on this 8 ball maybe. Going to need some left hand spin here to try to get over the left hand side of the table. Brings Justin back to the table. He's got options. He's going to take the 13 in the side, I believe. Doesn't have to. He can shoot the 12 in the corner if he wants to. Okay, now Jeff should be able to make this 12 in the bottom corner here. Put a little bit of left-hand spin on this ball to spin the cue ball over to the right side of the 8 ball. Okay, he's looking at just tapping this 12 ball in. Doesn't want to fool around with position. Just going to tap it in and take what's available to him. Not going to force anything. Now Justin's got his options, 8 in the side or in the corner, whichever he prefers. Calls the right-hand side pocket. Going to send the cue ball up towards the top left of your screen. Needs a lot of top spin here. Just wants to avoid scratching in the top left corner. Off the 3. Nice shot from Justin. And Jeff and Justin are at 2-0. They're on the hill. They just need one more game. Aaron and Chastity need 3 straight to stay in this tournament. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated. It's going to bring Jeff to the break here. Makes a ball in the left-hand side. Let's see, almost 6 almost goes in the right-hand side. Looks like the 7 ball is down. Open table for Justin. Justin likes the stripes. Nice positional shot. Spins the cue ball back up above the 14. And Jeff has options. He can shoot this 9 in the side right now, which I think is probably the play. Get it out of there. He's looking at the 13 ball. Leaves Justin the 11 in the left-hand side. Justin makes a nice shot, repositions the 9 over by the 14 ball. Gives Jeff a few options here. He could shoot the 10 or the 15. Looks like he's going to take the 15. Oh, wobbles the pocket. That'll bring Chastity to the table here on the solids. Looking at this 6 ball, let's see if she can make it in the corner. I know it goes in the side. Let's see what she's going to try to cut in the side, it looks like. Send the cue ball to the bottom of the screen. Nice easy touch. Lays pretty good here for the 3 or the 5 ball, whichever Aaron prefers. He may be able to make the 4 in the side. It's hard to tell from here. Looks like maybe he can just see enough of the 4 to shoot in the side. That's what he's going for. Makes it real nice. Lays Chastity for the 2 ball in the bottom left-hand corner. Probably just roll the cue ball forward for the 5 ball, I imagine. Thin cut on the 5 here. Aaron's going to have to reach out to get this one. Undercuts it a little bit. And that will bring Justin to the table. Not a whole lot of options here. Probably going to be forced to... He's going for the jump cue here. Thought maybe he might go rail first and try to make that 15, but he's going to try to jump over. Let's see what he goes for here. He's going underhand, so he's probably going to try to make the 10 in the side here, going over his shoulder. Makes a nice little jump there, makes a good hit on the ball, but doesn't pocket the ball. Brings Chastity back to the table. He has moved the 5 up underneath that 14 to make it a little bit more difficult to make. Going to limit Chastity's options here. She's got the 3 or the 1 ball. Chastity's going to shoot the 3 ball in the left-hand side. Let's see what she does with the cue ball. Okay, goes a little wide of the mark. That brings Jeff back to the table. He likes the 9 in the corner. Let's see if he can reposition that 14. He can. Nice breakout there. Not 100% sure, but I think Justin can see the top of the 15. He's going to try to cut this 14 ball in, though. Makes it nice. Hopefully Jeff can see this 15 ball enough to make it. Hold the cue ball on the left-hand side of the table. Does not want to go into this 8 ball. Tried to go rail first there. Went just a little too close to the 15 ball. Needed to aim just a little bit closer to the bottom of your screen. Maybe just an inch or 2. Wasn't very far off the mark there. Aaron to the table on the 5 ball, it looks like. Okay, undercuts it a little bit. Cue ball comes back out to the middle of the table for Justin. Justin's got his options here. He'll probably shoot the 10 in the corner here. And if he could get the cue ball back to where he's at somehow, have a pretty good angle on the last stripe for the 8 ball. It's not too bad. A little bit of work left to do here. Jeff can make this with some right-hand spin and hold this cue ball on that side of the table. Overruns the position, brings the cue ball all the way back down to the bottom of your screen and back out. Solids are weighing a little tricky from here. 3 ball in the side, but then after that, it's going to get a little bit more difficult. Chastity elects to play the bank. If that 5 passes the 8, then it's no problem. If it doesn't, they're going to be forced to play some kind of safety here. Aaron's looking at the 5 like maybe it passes. Otherwise, he's just going to try to lay the 5 right in the corner pocket, blocking the 8 ball. Okay, nice shot from Aaron. No problems here. Just have to make the ball. Just hold the cue ball right there where the 1 is. It should be no problem. Taps the 1 ball in. Aaron's got this 8 in the corner here. If he can make this, it will be 2-1 in favor of Jeff and Justin. All right, so they get on the board here. Desperately needed that one. Aaron and Chastity have to win 2 straight. Jeff and Justin just need 1 more game. Alright, she makes 2 balls, makes a stripe and a solid. Aaron has an open table to choose from. Probably end up shooting the 11 in the top left corner, I imagine. Brings the cue ball back just a little bit. That's going to limit Chastity's options here. She can shoot the 14 in the top right corner, which is what she's going to do. Nice cut there. 13 in the side. Aaron can send this cue ball down the table towards that cluster. Possibly reposition those balls to a more advantageous spot. A little bit of low English required here to go into these balls. He did not hit below center there. And Chastity lays pretty good on this 10 ball. The 9 ball does pass in the bottom left-hand corner. The issue is going to be the 15 ball there by the 6. It's either going to have to be banked out of there or repositioned. Nice stop shot from Chastity. Leaves Aaron on the 9 ball. 15 does not pass the 2 in the top left-hand corner. So let's see what Aaron decides to do with the cue ball here. Rolls it all the way forward, and that's going to make it difficult. Now she does have a shot here, possibly the 15 in the bottom right-hand corner. Be a very thin cut, but it'd be a little more makeable off the bottom side of the 3 ball. Cue ball position on the 8 ball is going to be difficult in that circumstance either way. Didn't see her designated pocket here. Let's see what she tries to do. Alright, she tried to just straight cut it in the bottom left hand. Hits the 15 a little thick there. There wasn't a whole lot she could do besides those 2 options. Safety wasn't really an option there, I don't think. And Justin has all kinds of choices here. He's probably just going to use this 1 ball to try to get up behind the 5. Oh, scratches in the side, surprisingly. Unexpected mistake from Justin there. Brings Aaron to the table. He'll more than likely just position the cue ball for the 15 in the right-hand bottom corner. Just roll the cue ball forward a little bit for the 8 in the top right. Good speed control, pretty straight in shot on the 8, just a slight cut. Pretty makeable shot here. Oh, goes wide of the pocket, and that's going to do it. That is a loss of game. She makes the 8 in the wrong pocket. Jeff and Justin are going to move on. We're going to move over to table 10 here. Match in progress. We have Tom and Amber back up again, going to 4. Versus Isaiah Greer and Dan Carter going to 4 as well. Score is 1-1. And it would appear that Tom and Amber are on the solids, I'm thinking, judging from the way he's studying this table. That brings Isaiah to the table here on stripes. I'm not quite sure if the 13 passes the 4 in the bottom left, top left. It looks like it may. Tom has blocked the 15 mostly with the 7 ball. If Isaiah can make this, it should be no problem to run out. Gets on the 15 easily, just draws the cue ball back. Let's see what Dan does with the cue ball here. Probably just tap it in. He could draw to the left-hand side of the cue ball, or 8 ball. Leads Isaiah a pretty standard shot on the 8, which should bring it 2-1. This is a B-side match, so the loser will be eliminated. And that's going to bring Dan to the break. Hits him pretty firm, makes the 6 in the top right corner. Looks like 1 ball down, just the 6 ball, I believe. Open table for Isaiah. Looks like he likes the solids. He's going to start off with this 5, which is really their only trouble ball besides, well, it's really their only trouble ball. Everything else is out in the open. You got the 1, 7, and 4 by the side pocket, 2 at the bottom of your screen, 3 by the top right corner. So I'll probably just draw this ball back down to the bottom of the screen. Makes one of Tom and Amber's stripes, but that's okay. Pretty standard shot on the 2. Let's see what Isaiah does with the cue ball. If he just brings the cue ball back over to where he's at now. Nicely done, just brings it back over there. Dan's got options here. Looks like he settled on the 4 on the side. Nice little draw shot for the 7. Isaiah's just gonna kind of nip this in the side. Little bit of spin. Okay. Now I'm not sure if the 8 passes the 13. It did before. Dan's not even going to check it. He's just going to shoot that ball in. Leave it up to Isaiah. And it looks like it goes in. This will be a break and run if they can complete this 8-ball. Break and run for Isaiah and Dan. They are up 3-1. Both teams going to 4. They're on the hill. Tom and Amber need to win 3 straight games here in order to stay in this tournament. Dan back to break. He broke last game, which led to a break and run. Let's see what he's got this trip. Doesn't get quite the spread as he did last game. Doesn't make a ball. Looks like it brings Tom to the table with an open table. Looks like he has starter shots on. Oh, looks like it brings Amber to the table, actually. Amber likes the stripes. Going to shoot this 13 in the side here. I believe she was trying to go off those stripes there towards the middle of the table. Misses them. It's the 9 and the 1 ball sitting next to each other in the middle. Looks like Tom is looking through to this 12 ball. He's also got the 14 in the side or the corner. If he can just hold the cue ball there, he can probably lay Amber for the 9 in the side. Misses the side pocket. Brings Isaiah back to the table on solids. A little bit more clustered this game. Going to be a little bit more difficult to run the table from here. Okay, 3 in the corner. Probably roll the cue ball up a little bit. Goes off the edge of the 15. There's a pretty thin cut on the 5, but Dan can also shoot the 6 in the top right corner if he chooses. If he shoots the 5, probably see the cue ball run back out towards the middle of the table into that 11-7 situation. Has to avoid a double hit here. Alright, he put a little bit of left-hand spin on that, spun it over to the right-hand rail and back out towards the middle. Went into the 1 a little bit in the process. Leaves Isaiah the 7 in the corner here. Nice easy shot there. Lays Dan for the 2 ball in the top left corner. Undercut it just a little bit, 2 went into the rail and bounce out a little bit. That's going to bring Amber to the table, I believe. All right, brings Amber to the table on the strike. She has some options here. Taps the 15 in, leaves Tommy for the 10 in the left-hand bottom corner.
Last goes Gage and Colby, table 9. Ty, Rob, Gage, Colby, table 9. 5-4 race, Gage and Colby go to 5. Ty, Rob go to 4.
Alright, Tom to the table, has this 10 ball in the bottom left-hand corner. See what he elects to do with the cue ball. Probably put a little bit of low English on this, try to go between the 8 and the 12, back out towards the middle of the table. Okay, leaves a nice shot on the 12 for Amber. If she can just kind of shoot a stop shot on this 12, it'll lay Tommy where he can shoot the 11 into that 14 ball by the side pocket and reposition the 14. It is in a very difficult spot right now. Amber doesn't have to do much with the cue ball here, just tap this 12 ball in. Think that'll work.
Gunner and Ryan, Tony and Shane, table 7. Gunner, Ryan, and Tony Shane, table 7. 5-3 race.
Tommy's gonna
go to 5, Gunner and Ryan go to 3, table 7.
Tommy's gonna try to go off the bottom edge of the 14 by the side here. Let's play at 11 off that bottom edge. Reposition the 14 towards the top of the screen for a little bit better shot. Not sure what he'll do with the cue ball here. Maybe just roll it forward a little bit. 9 ball is in a little bit of a sticky spot by the 1 ball. Alright, plays off the 14, but blocks Amber on both the remaining stripes. She's going to have to get a little creative here and play through the rails to try to get a good hit on one of these 2 balls. She's calling the 14 in the top left corner. Going to play the right-hand side of the screen. Probably aim about straight at that chalk. Yeah. She aimed almost right at it. Needed just a touch of left-hand spin to spin that cue ball down for the 14. And that brings Dan to the table with ball in hand on the solids. Dan surveying the table here, deciding where he wants to place this cue ball to start with. He's decided on the 4 on the left-hand side. I like that choice. Get rid of that 4 ball. 1 ball passes in the right-hand side pocket, so the rest of the solids should not be much of an issue here. Isaiah will probably shoot the 2 ball and try to lay for a good angle on this 1 ball to get to the 6. Just draw his cue ball back a little bit. That's a bit of a thin hit on the 1. You'd like to see it just a little more straight in than that. That way the cue ball doesn't run up and down the table like that. Brings Tommy to the table on the stripe balls. Probably use a little bit of left-hand spin here and try to lay for this 9 ball in the right-hand side. And he did put that spin on the ball there. Lays Amber nicely on the 9 ball. 9 ball in the side, and depending on what kind of spin Amber puts on the cue ball, if she goes above it or below it here. Alright, fairly simple 8 ball in the bottom right-hand corner for Tom. They desperately need this game to stay in this match. Alright, makes it nicely. That brings the score to 3-2 in favor of Isaiah and Dan. That's going to bring Amber to the break. Amber shoots to break. She's pretty consistent about making the second ball behind that one ball there in the right-hand side pockets. Keep an eye on that.
I thought you weren't going to drink that one, but no, I'm good. I'm good at the moment.
All right, Amber doesn't make anything. Open table for Isaiah. He's going to start with the 2 in the side. Cue ball drifts down the table a little bit, goes right up against the edge of that 11. Dan still has options here. Looks like you can shoot the 7, the 4, or the 1 in the left-hand side. Nice shot there. A little bit of trouble with that 6 there by the 14-13. Looks like Isaiah may try to draw the cue ball back up into that right now. Repositions the 6 nicely, opens it up a little bit, but in the process ties the 8 ball up a little bit with the 13 ball. Nice back cut by Dan. And now they've got a combo situation here in the bottom left-hand corner. Probably going to shoot a 3-11-5 combo here. Well hit, but the 5 ball does not go in. That brings Tom back to the table on stripes. I believe the 10 passes the 5 in the bottom left-hand corner. Everything looks like it has a pocket here for the stripes, except possibly the 13 may be a little bit difficult to get to. May need repositioned. Alright, Tom draws the cue ball down the table here. Looks like he may have left Amber a little in between shots here. Just mulling over options here, probably looking at possibly some kind of safety here. She could just tap into that 12 ball, leave the cue ball up behind the 11. Okay, looking at the 14 ball on the side, possibly. Cuts it in nice and gets the reposition on the 13 ball and the 8. And it looks like the 13 probably passes in the bottom right-hand corner, but that's probably just about it. It does not pass in the top right, unless Tommy repositions it again off this shot. Could possibly try to cut this 12 to the bottom left with some draw. Try to draw the cue ball over into that 8-13 again. Hit that with a little bit of low and some right. Amber's got the 15 in the side pocket here. Let's see what she does. Oh, horseshoes the pocket. Brings Deanne to the table on solids. The 8 ball passes in either of the right-hand side pockets. Looks like he's going to shoot the 1 in the corner. Personally, I like shooting the 5, sending it 2 rails back out towards the middle for the 1 ball, then the 3 ball, then the 8 in the top right corner. Isaiah will probably send this 2 rails back out to the middle with just a little bit of left-hand spin. Right out in the middle there, 3 ball in the corner. Need a little bit of right-hand spin here to spin this above the 10. Okay, he took a dangerous route there, but he got away with it. 8 in the corner, and if Isaiah can pocket this, he's going to send Tom and Amber packing for this tournament. And that's going to do it for Tom and Amber. Alright, we're going to switch over to table 9 with a match in progress. We have Rob and Ty Lasco versus Colby and Gage. I'm going to mute the audio and I'm going to take a break for just a little bit, and I will return momentarily. All right, we are back. We have a matchup on table 10. We've got Isaiah Greer and Dan going to 4. And then we have, just trying to find them on the sheet here, Todd Durbin and Tyler Hobbs also going to 4. This is a B-side matchup, so the loser will be going home. Isaiah and Dan have won the break. Isaiah will be breaking first. Isaiah made at least one ball there. One solid, one strike. Brings Dan to the table with an open table. Dan's going to elect to shoot the 14 in the top left corner. Isaiah coming to the table here. Looks like he'll probably be forced to shoot the 12 in the corner. Puts some left-hand spin and spins the cue ball 3 rails back out towards the right center of the table. Dan has a few options here. He's got the 13 or the 10 ball. Going to start with the 10 ball there. Isaiah may go ahead and take this 15 to the top left corner from here. Just try to figure out how they're going to get to this 8 ball. Got a couple different options. They can play it off the 1. They can play the 8 in the bottom right hand corner. Wiggles the ball, and that will bring Tyler Hobbs to the table. All right, 4 in the corner, rolls the cue ball forward. Now Todd comes to the table, and he's got options. He's got the 1 in the side, 7 in the corner, whichever he prefers. And Todd likes the 1 in the side. Gonna roll the cue ball forward a little bit, probably contact the 8. Contacts the 2 and the 8 ball, leaves Tyler the 7 in the corner. See what he elects to do with the cue ball here. Looks like some left-hand spin possibly. Maybe trying to bring it to the left-hand side of the 3. Contacts the 3. I don't believe that was intentional, but he's gotten away with it. 3 goes in the side pocket. A little bit of low English here. Just bring the cue ball down the center of the table. Todd elected to play high spin on that ball, surprisingly, but that's okay. Tyler can play this 2 rails, has to hit it real easy. Looks like he's going to hit this kind of firm. Needs to just tap this in. That's going to be a bit firm. Overshot his mark by quite a bit there. Needed to hit that really, really easy. Hold it on the bottom end of the table for the 2 in the side. Todd's going to be forced to kick at this 2 in the side. He has a little bit of a backboard with that 8 ball. Plays it nicely. And Tyler to take this to the top right corner pocket to go up 1-0 on a race to 4. Nice run out there. And that puts Tyler and Todd up 1-0. And that should bring Todd to break. Alright, so 1 stripe down, open table for Tyler. A little bit of a cluster there at the top left of your screen with the 2 and the 11, I believe. Or the 13, no, it's the 13, 2 and the 13. Tyler elects to shoot the stripes. Brings Todd back to the table. Got a few options. I believe the 15 passes the 8 ball, 14 in the top left corner, or he's got the 11-12 combo in the bottom left corner. Settled on the 14 in the corner. Leaves Tyler the 15 in the top right corner or the side pocket. Looks like he's going to elect to take the 11 in the side instead. Oh, he was banking the 12 ball, sorry. And that brings Dan to the table on the solid balls. And he's decided he likes the 4 ball. Undercuts it a little bit. Puts the 4 in a pretty good position for later to break out that 13-2. We also have the 1 and the 7 on that rail, so they need to address that as soon as possible to have a free run at these balls. Todd back to the table on the stripes, does not like his options. Looks like he's pretty much got the 15 in the corner or the 11 in the other corner. If he shoots the 11, he risks going into that 8 and possibly making it. Oh, just about made it off the 15 anyway. Missed that by quite a bit. Well, he's really put both suits in peril here. Stripes had a slight advantage besides that 13-2, but now they're at a distinct disadvantage. Dan to the table here on the solids. Tries to bank the 1 out of there. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. What a dramatic turn of events. Now the 1 and the 15 are both in peril, down by the 8 in the bottom right-hand corner. He contacted the 8 and is so fortunate that the 8 did not fall in and cause an early loss. Both teams flirting with disaster with the 8 ball in the bottom right-hand corner pocket. Looks like Todd may elect to just go ahead and play safety here. Just pokes the 13 out for later. And that brings Isaiah to the table. Let's see what he can think of to get this 1 out of peril. I think he's going to try to bank it out of here right now. Great shot. Leaves Tyler in a tough predicament here. 15 does not have a clear, easy pocket to go into. He's going to try to kick to the right-hand rail. Try to make the 15 in the bottom left-hand corner. Comes up a little bit short on the kick, and the 15 goes east and west on the pool table and ends up by the right-hand side pocket. That'll bring Dan back to the table. All the solids out in the open. And if they can clear up from here, they will level the score at 1-1 going to 4. All right, Dan with it looks like the 3 ball in the corner pocket makes it right down the middle. Let's see what Isaiah elects to do here. 1, if it passes the 11, it's very narrow. He's taking a pretty good look to see if it goes by there. He thinks it does. And it does well. Now Dan has options, 6 in the corner or 4 in the other corner. I like 6 in the corner, just hold the cue ball right there. Oh, rolls the cue ball 4. That's going to make things a little tricky for Isaiah here. Not impossible. He's got a little bit of a back cut, needs to avoid the side pockets. And the 15 and the 11. Do not want to get hooked behind either one of those balls. Probably played his 2 rails. Played at 1 rail on the bank. Plays a great shot, cue ball out to the middle. 8's pretty deep in the pocket here, so let's see what Dan does. Follows the 8 ball in. What a shocking development. Either needed to hit a stop shot there, or he needed to cut the 8 in, either hit the top of it or the right-hand edge of it. So that puts Tyler and Todd up 2-0 on this race to 4. Just a moment here. Todd marked that ball on the wrong side of the wire here. I'm just going to go down there and correct him real quick. I will return. Todd thought that the other team had won the first game. right, Todd to break again, makes the 2 ball, so 1 solid down. And that will bring Tyler back to the table with an open table. Alright, nice shot on the stripes there. And the stripes don't look too shabby here. If Todd can see through to this 15 in the bottom left-hand corner, they are going to be off to the races. He can definitely cut the 13 to the side. But if he can see through to the 15, he's almost straight in. Cuts the 13, almost scratches in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner. Leaves Tyler in a little bit of a spot here, maybe 15 in the corner, maybe a combination inside. Looks like 15 in the corner. Oh, it wipes its feet and goes in, uses the whole pocket, but it is down. A little bit of an issue. They need to be on the left side of the bottom portion of your screen to get to this 9 ball in the middle bottom left there. See what he does with the cue ball. Probably try to follow this forward. Needs to avoid the 3 ball to get to this 9. Okay, now Tyler's got an option. He can cut this 9 ball, or he could shoot that stripe there to the north of him and just draw the cue ball back for the 9. He's going to take the 9 now. I like that. Get it out of the way. Don't play position for it if you don't have to. Todd could just shoot this 14 in and just bring the cue ball back up towards where it is now. Maybe just draw it straight back. Alright, let's see what he does with the cue ball. Looks like he's hitting above center. Nope, hit a nice stop shot there. Should be no problem for Tyler. If he can shoot a stop shot here, that would be ideal. If he has that angle, all it needs to be straight in here. Straight in on the 8 ball, and this should send him up 3-0 with a break and run. Alright, 3-0 with a break and run. That's going to put Tyler and Todd on the hill. Isaiah and Dan have to win 4 straight in order to stay in this tournament. Both teams going to 4 in this match. Tyler and Todd up 3-0.
I seen it going. I seen it going. I was like, man, that motherfucker's almost got kids scratching that side pocket. And I seen it hit that damn tit, and I was like, oh, shit. Here we go.
All right, Tyler Hobbs to break. And that is a foul.
Do I get it again, or is it already?
So a little bit of a miscue on the break, and that is going to give Isaiah and Dan an opening here. That's going to turn the break over to Isaiah.
Napa actually started a one-pocket league out of here. They play, they just, you match up with your opponent, you guys set up time.
All right, Isaiah to break.
3 games, something like that.
Makes a solid break, makes at least one ball in the right-hand side pocket. Looks like one stripe down, open table for Dan. Solids are looking just a little bit better than the stripes because of that 5-14 in the top left corner pocket. And we could potentially see the other team break and run after getting broken ran on, which is rare because the winner usually breaks. Isaiah Greer to the table here. Let's see what he elects to do. Probably cut this one thin in the bottom right-hand corner. Don't believe the 3 passes the 1. It does pass the 1, actually. Wipes its feet on the way in, but that still counts. Pay for the whole pocket. You might as well use it all. Alright, nice little shot there. Brings the cue ball out towards the left center of the table for Isaiah. He's going to shoot the 4-2 combination here. Needs to control the 4 ball and the cue ball in this shot. Does so very nicely. Brings the cue ball right between the 4 and the 5. I think Dan's right here. I think you want to shoot the 5 here because you don't want to shoot the 4 and then have to play position down the table for the 6 with that 14 in the way. Just hold it right there. Oh, whoa. Really didn't need to do all that with the cue ball. I think just hold it right there would have been good. I'm not sure what Isaiah told him there, but I think a nice soft cut would have done the job. Isaiah's got his work cut out for him. Going to try to cut the 4 in the side pocket. He's going to hit down on the cue ball a little bit. Should send the cue ball to the right-hand rail, possibly keeping it above the 6. Needs this 4 to go. Undercuts it just a little bit. Would have had an angle on the 6, even if he cut it just a little bit more. I think he would have stayed above that 6 ball. And that's going to bring Todd back to the table. And if they can somehow clear up from here, that's going to end the match. Alright, Todd cuts that 10 to the corner pocket. And Tyler's got a few options here. He's probably going to want to deal with the 13-9 and also the 11-14 right there by the 8 ball. Looks like he may be playing safe up behind the 9 ball. Very nice shot. May have left an edge of the 6 ball there, possibly. If he did, the 6-4 combination may be possible, but it will be difficult. Otherwise, Dan's going to have to kick. Alright, as you can see, that was a difficult combo. Plays the cue ball back over to the bottom right portion of your screen, which brings Todd back to the table on stripes. Now you may see him try to cut this 13 to the top left corner, try to go between the 9 and the 14. Otherwise, he may be, yeah, looks like that's what he's going to try to do. Needs to hit this a little bit below center. Does not look like he's doing that. That's going to make things very difficult for his opponents. Gets a fortunate kick of that 13 ball right in front of the side pocket. Not sure if that 4 can go in. Looks like Isaiah is calling the 4, so he must be able to make it off the 13 or make it clean in there. Needs this ball to hold. That'll work. The 8 does pass to the top left corner. Need a little bit of cue ball control here. Needs some left hand spin here to hold the cue ball on the bottom end of the table. If he hits this below center, he's taking his life in his own hands. Okay, brings Tyler Hobbs back to the table. Limited options here. If he can see that 14 ball, he might just shoot straight at it and roll the cue ball forward behind the 11-8 ball. Oh. Caught into the 11 ball. I think he was trying to play safe there. Needed to shoot dead straight on that one. Dan to the table on this 8 ball. Needs to cut this. He has a little bit of a backboard with that 13. Oh no. That might be all for Dan and Isaiah in this tournament. All the stripes out in the open to be had. 8 ball right in front of the side pocket. Tap this 12 in. Cue ball just nudged the 9 down towards the bottom pocket. Lost control of the cue ball a little bit there. That's going to make things very difficult. Needed to control the cue ball in that shot. He did so very poorly. Tyler's going to be forced to bank this 13 probably. He could cut it. Then he risks sending the cue ball over towards that 8 ball. See what he decides to do. I didn't see him nominate a pocket, which means he's probably trying to cut it. As you can see, the cue ball went right over by that 8 ball. Almost makes the 8 inside. Isaiah is not super happy about this positioning. He's probably going to have to cut this to the bottom right-hand corner. Spin the cue ball around 3 rails back out to the center. He's calling the side pocket. That's a little bit risky. As you can see, almost scratched in that bottom right-hand corner. I really like the 8 ball in the bottom right-hand corner there. All right, brings Todd back to the table. Let's see if he can rein in that cue ball control here. Taps the 13 in. 8 ball now sitting in front of the other side pocket. If Tyler can position this cue ball in the bottom right-hand quadrant for the 11 ball, this match could be over. Overshoots it by quite a bit. Did not need all that mustard on it to get it down to the bottom of the table. Kind of jerked that a little bit, like he wasn't really comfortable with hitting it that firm. Smooth stroke with the proper spin will get the ball down the table here. Don't need a firm, jerky stroke on 98% of the shots here. That brings Dan to the table on this tricky 8-ball. I don't think he has to worry too much about scratching on the side if he makes it. If he hits it a little thick, he might have to worry about it. Just needs some topspin. Focus on making the ball and should take scratch out of play. Okay, they elect to play safe and just played the cue ball between all of the stripes, making it hard for them to make a ball. Brings Todd back to the table once again. Struggling to close this match out. They've had two great opportunities to run these balls out. See what he's going to do here. Looks like he's going to try to bank this ball in. Unless he's going to play a soft safety. It's kind of a two-way shot. Going to make Isaiah bank at this ball. He's pretty freed up to bank at this ball and not leave his opponents much of a shot here. Could also just play a safe and just play the top edge of the 8 and use the 8 as a blocker. Wouldn't take very much, just a little bit of soft touch and some accuracy. His other option is to bank it in the left-hand side. Nice and easy. At worst, he might leave him a combination on the 9-14 if he tries to bank it. Looks like he's going to try to cut this ball, which is crazy to me, but okay, leaves the 8 right in the pocket, and Tyler and Todd with one more chance to close this match out. Already had 2 good opportunities and 1 bad one. 9-14 combo coming up. Let's see if he can hold his nerve and make this ball. Alright, needs this ball to slow down. Doesn't want to leave his partner at the 11-9. 11-9. Not going to have much option here. Has to shoot it. There is no safety on the table here. Wow, what a shot. Todd came with it. Now, if Tyler can just tap this in and not scratch. Okay, now we did see Dan follow one earlier, shot similar to this. Let's see what Todd does on this finishing 8 ball. Nice shot. Make sure to not follow it in and scratch. Okay, so Todd and Tyler move on the B side. We're going to switch over to table 9, scores 2-1. On the race to 5, we got Robert and Ty Lasco versus Brylan and JJ. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes, and I will return after this match is concluded. All right, we have Gunner Frank. Hold on a second. We got Gunner Frank and Ryan Schubert going to 3 versus Todd Durbin and Tyler Hobbs going to 4. This is a B-side match, so the loser will be out. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the loser of this match gets 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. The winner will have to go on to face J.J. Kogel and Brylan. They're going to 5, and they're a tough out. And it looks like Tyler and Todd have won the break. I think we're just waiting for Todd, possibly. I don't see him anywhere. As soon as he reports to the table, I think we'll get started.
No, there's some good songs on there. That's all he's down there. He's sitting over there talking. That's all he's down there. He's sitting over there talking.
As soon as all competitors report to the table, we'll get underway here. All right, looks like he's on his way here.
I miss John.
And we got Todd coming to the break here. Okay, Todd didn't really get all of that one. That'll bring Ryan to the table. Open table here. Ryan's going to try to shoot this 5 ball here. Hit a little bit below center. All right, still an open table for Tyler. A little bit of a cluster around the spot area, going to make it difficult to run out the table from here. Maybe a tactical battle. Lays Todd for, I believe, a decent shot on the 15 there that's underneath the 2 ball. Otherwise, it looks like the 13 does pass the 3 ball. Okay, he doesn't like that. Alright, shoots either the 10 or the 12. Let's see here. Looks like it was the 10 ball into the bottom right-hand corner pocket. Tyler's going to try to take the 15 to the top left, possibly spin the cue ball around that 5 ball. overshot it a little bit. That brings young Gunner Frank to the table here for his first trip to the table in this match. Okay, looks like Gunner played the safety there, just plays them right up to that 12 ball, limiting their options. Going to make things a little difficult for Todd. I'm not sure if the 12 goes in that top left corner past the 2 ball and the 6 there or not. Looks like it's pretty close. Todd's going to give it a go. Awkward cueing here. He can't follow through too far. I really don't think it's going to go if it goes that way. I think he cut it the wrong direction there. Ryan Schubert back to the table again with ball in hand. They are on the solids. One sitting there by that left-hand side pocket may be a bit of an issue, along with the 7 there by the 15 ball. Be interesting to see how they decide to solve that problem. All right, misses the 5 with ball in hand. That's a surprise. Tyler back to the table again.
I tried. I was there for 20 minutes.
And Tyler makes an early 8, which is a loss of game. And that may be a big hole to dig out of. Ryan and Gunner only going to 3. That may hurt him later on in the match. Gunner Frank to break. Gets a pretty decent hit on that second ball. I think he might have made 2 balls, 1 solid, 1 stripe potentially. Yeah, 1 solid, 1 stripe down. Open table for Ryan. Looks like the only issue with either suit is the 6 and the 10 there by the 4 in the bottom left of your screen. Gunner could just shoot the 13 in the side here. I think that's what he's going to end up settling on. Maybe just roll the cue ball forward a little bit for the 9 potentially. Okay, 5's blocking the 9, so Ryan's going to be forced to either shoot the 12 ball at the top of the screen or cut the 15 into the bottom left-hand corner, which is going to leave their 10 down there in peril. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to reposition that 10 ball. Brings the cue ball out to the center of the table. Now they have the 9 ball available to them. Okay, Gunner decides to play it safe, but he did not really get safe there. Todd's probably going to shoot this 5 to the left-hand side pocket. Just needs to decide what he wants to do with the cue ball here. Alright, cuts it in nicely, sends the cue ball up to the top left of the screen. I believe Tyler can see through to this 4 ball in the bottom left corner. Okay, overcuts it a little bit. That may have been by design. He might not have been trying to make that ball. Ryan just sizing up his options here. Looks like he's going to try to bank this 10 ball out of trouble. Trying this across the side pocket. Comes pretty close. All right, Todd back to the table on the solids. Biggest issue positionally is probably that 7 ball up there by the 2 stripes at the top of the screen. Gotta watch the side pocket. That's going to be a scratch. That brings young Gunner to the table with ball in hand with 3 stripes and the 8 ball remaining. Imagine they'll want to address the 12 and the 9 at the top of the screen first. Hits the 9 with a high ball, leaves a fairly simple shot for Ryan on the 12 ball in the top left corner. Ryan just follows the cue ball forward a little bit, leaves a bit of a steep angle on this 10. Gunner's going to need to cut this ball in and either leave it in the bottom right-hand portion of the screen for the 8 in the side or bounce it back up above the 8. That'll work. Ryan should be able to cut this to the left-hand side, just needs to avoid the scratch in the bottom left pocket. He could bank it, but I really would prefer the cut if it was me shooting this. Ryan likes the bank. It is pretty straight. Fires it in there, and they go up 2-0, sorry. So Gunner and Ryan are on the hill. They are going to 3 games. Tyler made the 8 out of the turn the first game, which caused a loss of game. And now Tyler and Todd must win 4 straight to remain in this tournament. This is a B-side match, so the loser will be eliminated. The winner will go on to play for 3rd place or get into the finals. 12 teams today, so they're paying out 3 places. So this is a bubble match. Loser goes home with no cash from the tournament. Gunner makes a solid hit on that second ball, but goes a little bit thin, and the cue ball scratches in the bottom right-hand corner. Tyler has the cue ball in the kitchen with an open table. He's going to try this 6-15 combo in the corner here. Makes the 6, but I don't believe that was the shot he was intending to make. Brings Ryan to the table with an open table and 2 solids down. The 1 ball went down on the break, and Tyler just made the 6 ball unintentionally. Five solids remaining on the table here. Let's see what Ryan can come up with. Just taps the 3 ball in. Gonna leave Gunner a long, tough shot on the 7. Pretty thin to make it in the side. It is possible in the side. I'm not sure if it passes the 4 in the top left corner. It's pretty close. Looks like Gunner's probably going to cut this to the side pocket. A little bit easier shot than trying to... Oh, well, he tried to make it in the corner. Missed his mark by quite a bit there. Brings Todd to the table on the stripes. The stripes are all out in the open to be had. Just a matter of controlling the cue ball and pocketing the ball in this circumstance. Not much trouble out there to deal with. Todd settling in on the 9 ball. Let's see what he does with the cue ball in this circumstance. And this is the straight in 9 ball. Pretty surprising. It was a pretty simple shot. Okay, Ryan's going to try to cut this 5 in the right-hand side. Pours it in there. Cue ball runs up and down the table. Needs to not get stuck by this 13, and he's gotten stuck by it. Gunner's going to have a difficult cut here if he tries to cut this 7. Just plays the smart shot, tries to play safe. He was trying to get up behind that 4 ball. Misread the angle just a little bit, but nothing too drastic. Doesn't leave anything easy on. Tyler's going to try to cut this 11 to the bottom right corner. Could potentially make the 9 in the same shot. Narrowly averts the 9, almost made the 9 as well. Brings Todd back to the table. Todd's going to try to make this 14 in the bottom right, I think. Otherwise, he's going to try to make the 13 in the top right. Yeah, that was always going to be a tricky shot, trying to make the 9 right there. Sitting just outside the pocket, making it a little bit difficult. Wasn't really a hanger from that angle. And Ryan's going to stick his partner behind the 4 ball. Does still have a shot on this ball. He can make it in the bottom right or the bottom left, either one, I believe. Probably wants to take it to the bottom right, so he leaves the cue ball a good angle for the 2 ball in the other bottom corner. Here we go. Good effort from Gunner there. Good try on a tough shot. It's always harder when you have to jack your cue up that far. It makes it aiming a little bit harder. Tyler hops to the table on the 10 ball. Okay, hit that a little bit firm. Tyler's had a little bit of trouble with the speed control, hitting just a little bit too hard on most shots. Todd's going to try to bank this 13 ball. Going to need to send the cue ball around 3 rails here. Nice shot. Sends the cue ball around 3 rails. Now Tyler has an option. He can shoot the combo or the billiard. He needs to control the cue ball here. Looks like he's going to go rail first. Put a lot of spin on this ball. That's a bit of a thin cut here on this 14. A little bit of a tough shot. He was trying to spin the ball off the rail, off the 9 ball, and square into that 14 to hold it for a little bit better angle than that. Just a little bit unfortunate to come up the way he did. Todd's going to try to kick at this ball. Doesn't want to fool around with this cut shot for some reason. Makes a good hit, and gives Ryan a tricky time here. Nothing easy. Ryan's almost going to be forced to shoot this 2 ball. Even if he can see the edge of the 4, the 2 does not pass the 14 ball. If he goes offensive, he's going to be forced to try to make the 2 ball, either bank it or cut it. Otherwise, you might see him play safety using the 4 and use the 2 as a blocker ball. That's what he did. He's just trying to use the 2 as a blocker, but I think it's crept out just enough to where Tyler can make this 14 with no issues. Oh my goodness. Shocking miss right there. Thought he had plenty of ball to hit. Gunner looking at banking this 2 ball, and I don't blame him. You don't want to have to play position off the 4 ball to get to the 2. 2 ball still doesn't pass the 14 ball. Goes wide of the bank. He needs a little bit of fortune here. And he's not going to get it. So that brings Todd back to the table. See if they can recompose themselves here and get a win on the board. Another bad cut on that 14, and that might be all she wrote for Todd and Tyler. Their only saving grace is this cue ball and 4 ball are a little bit straight in. Ryan will probably try to hit this with some draw. No, looks like he's hitting high ball here. Surprising. Maybe that ball to run a little bit. He's left Gunner a cut, but it's a bit of a thin one. Wouldn't be surprised if Gunner tries to play safe here. He's looking at the cut. He's going to go for this. Overcuts it just a touch, and Tyler and Todd are going to have one more chance to stay in this match. They have to win 4 straight to move on. Nice cut by Tyler. Leaves his partner a little bit of a tester on the 8-ball. Not a gimme. They really have to have this. And that's probably going to be all she wrote right there. Not really a saving grace left on the table for them. 2-ball and 8-ball right in front of the respective corner pockets, top of your screen. All right, if young Gunner can hold his nerve, they're going to move on to the semifinals. All right, good match played there. If you're watching at home, you should come on out. They're going to have the Illini game on every screen. You can watch some pool and the Illini at the same time. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, we are going to have Gunner and Ryan versus JJ and Brylan. JJ and Brylan are a tough team to beat. They've played a lot of partners together, so they're familiar with each other. Both smart shooters. I think we're just waiting for the tournament director. I don't see Tommy anywhere. I will mute the commentary, and as soon as their match comes up, I'll be back. All right, we're going to have JJ and Brylan going to 5, Gunner and Ryan going to 3. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I will be back momentarily.
Thomas, and my new album, All My Days, is out now. Download or open the app to hear it right now. You can also play directly on the jukebox. Touch Tunes has the music you want to hear.
Alright, looks like JJ made some type of foul there, maybe double hit it. Brings Gunner to the table on the stripes with ball in hand. Gunner just taking a moment to decide what he wants to do here. Likes the 11 ball. See if he goes into the pack. He goes into the pack. Separates everything a little bit. Opens up the solids and the stripes. Ryland comes to the table on the solids. 7 does pass in the bottom right-hand corner, so let's see what he decides to do here. May see him shoot the 7 and just put a little bit of backspin on this ball to set up for the 2 ball next. Takes a lot of control. Just a little bit of spin, a little bit of speed. Don't want to baby it, don't want to hit it hard. Maybe just one tip below center. Goes up into the 13, that'll do. JJ's got options. He's got the 3 in the side or the 2 in the corner. That'll be difficult to hold for the 4 if he shoots the 2 ball here. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 passes between the 2 and the 15 in the bottom right corner, so you may see him bring the cue ball down the table for the 2 here. Now he plays it back over where it was for the 2 ball next. Good angle. Brylan's going to have to shoot over the 13 ball a little bit, which may make it a little more difficult, but I would expect him to make this. Roll the cue ball forward just a little bit. That's a little bit more straight in than you would like, but it'll still work. JJ's got a few different options here. He can play this off the rail. He could just try to spin it forward and go 2 rails back out towards the middle. He could just draw it straight back, which it looks like that may be what he elects to do here. That's what he did. He just tried to draw it straight back. And if this 8 passes in the side, they're going to go up 1-0. Oh, wow. Bit of a shocker there. Never thought Brylan would miss that one. Ryan and Gunner with all their balls left on the table. They are out in the open. A lot of places to hide if they want to play safety. If they get a little out of line, you may see them play safe up behind one of the stripes. Ryan hit that bit firm. Almost scratches in the corner. Not where he wanted to leave that cue ball at all. So out of line already, may see Gunner try to play safe or behind the 11 ball possibly. He's looking at cutting this 12, but he has to be wary of scratching in that top right corner. It's a bit of a thin cut. The 12 is sitting just past the center line of that middle pocket. Watch this cue ball. Has to avoid that top right corner. Even with low spin, you may see it go forward a little bit. Good effort. Went dangerously close to that pocket, though. Keeps the run alive. Brings Ryan back to the table. He's got this 15 in the corner. Let's see what he does here. Cue ball's going to bounce off the left rail and then kind of go up towards that 8 ball. All right, now they're out in the middle of the table where they want to be. The middle of the table is your best friend. Okay, that was well hit. He overshot it a little bit, though. Good stroke, but he hit it just a little too strong. He was trying to lay Ryan for that 9 ball. Looks like Ryan may try to play safe here. I think he's going. Oh, he's trying to make this 9, trying to bank it down the table, but also leave JJ a tough shot on the 8 ball. JJ's going to try to bank this ball. He's probably going to have to straighten it up a little bit. Either that or you may see him bank it to the bottom left. That's what he's going to do. He's going to bank it to the bottom left corner. A little bit better angle for that. Doesn't have to straighten it up very much. Just has to cut the 8 ball just a little bit on the top side. 9 ball almost helped him. If it would have nipped the edge of that 9, it probably would have went in the pocket. Okay, let's see what young gunner Frank wants to do here. He could cut the 15 and stay up above the middle of the table there. Or he could shoot the 9 ball and risk selling out if he misses this shot. Makes it nicely, but he comes up a little bit short positionally and leaves Ryan underneath the 13. Need that ball to bounce off the rail a little bit. So Ryan's going to have to come up with something here. He's got a few options. He's got a good containing shot, possible safety, or he could just nip off the left side of the 13, send the cue ball to the top of the screen, and possibly bounce the 13 out between the cue ball and the 8, or he can try to cut this 13 up in the top right corner. Okay, that's what he tried. He tried the safe shot that I recommended. No, he called the bank. I didn't see him nominate a pocket. Didn't realize he called that bank shot there. Good shot. Leaves gunner in good position here. Just a little bit of top spin, no side spin necessary. Okay, gunner used a lot of right hand spin there, which was not necessary on that shot. You just need some straight top spin, no side spin. Bring the cue ball back over to the right hand side of the screen for a nice easy 8 in the corner. He's gotten away with a little bit. This isn't a gimme, but it is a fortunate spot to land on. Wipes his feet on the way in and goes in. You don't see a lot of those go in on this table. Usually when you wiggle the rail like that, it'll hold up, but that one was hit with just the right speed and spin. It wanted to fall. Gunner and Ryan up 1-0. JJ and Brylan have to go to 5. So that's a big win for them. Gunner to break. Hits it pretty solid. Makes at least 1 ball on the break. Looks like 1 stripe down. Open table for Ryan. And it looks like he's going to take the solids. Nice shot there. Spins the cue ball out for the 3 or the 7. Or the 6 or the 1 in the top left corner. Gunner draws his cue ball straight back for Ryan, who's still got the 5 in the corner. Could maybe bank the 4 across the side here and get it out of trouble. He's looking at it right now. Still has that 6 up in the corner pocket if he wants it. Can't really see through to the 7. Goes a little bit wide with that 6 ball, which brings Brylan back to the table. They are stripes this game. A little bit of an issue there around the spot area, kind of by the 4 ball there. They've got the 12 and the 14 ball lined up in an awkward spot. I believe the 12 passes in the right-hand side pocket, so if they can squeeze over there between the rail and the 12 ball, they can secure a good shot. And Bryland's going to stick JJ in a very difficult spot here. Looks like JJ's going to try to back cut this 13 into the right-hand side pocket. Cue ball may come back up the table here and knock the 13 offline, possibly. What a great shot from the young man. You'll love to see it. Repositions the 4 ball, opening up those stripes just a little bit. And I also believe the 9 is cuttable in the side pocket, not from where he lays right now, but I believe if you get underneath it, it goes in the side. Ever so gently separates the balls, and I believe the 14 does pass in the side pocket now. Probably see JJ shoot this 14. He'll probably jack his cue ball up just a little bit to make sure he doesn't double hit it. I would be hitting this almost vertical like a Mass A, but with no side spin. That's what he's looking at now. Go. A lot of backspin there. Looked like a good shot to me. Probably see Bryland take this 12 ball and weld the cue ball forward just a little bit, keeping the cue ball on this end of the table. Assuming that 9 goes in the side pocket. They'll want to save it for last to get to that 9 ball. Okay, take a little time out, get on the same page. Let's see what JJ told him. I think he told him to, probably told him to shoot this 12 with some follow. Nope, he's lining up for this 9 ball. Has to secure a good angle on this 12. Oh no, can't believe he missed that one. Super surprising that he missed that one. JJ would have been okay from that spot. Probably would have just hit it with some low spin or some right spin, depending on if he wanted to draw it over to the rail or go off the bottom rail. That brings young Gunner to the table. He's got the 5 ball in his sights. Overcuts it a little bit. That brings JJ back to the table. A lot of work left to do here with just 2 stripes and the 8 ball remaining. He's pointing to about the only spot where he can make that 9 ball from. It's going to be very difficult to get the cue ball into that area. What he's going to try to do is probably try to bank this 12, use some low and possibly some right to spin the cue ball up between the 9 and the rail. Go off the bottom rail with the low spin. Use the right hand spin to carry the cue ball up the left hand side of the table. If he tries to go around 3 rails, he tried to go around 3 rails. Speed control was always going to be iffy trying to go that route. The route I was suggesting is a little more unorthodox, but I feel like it would get you better results in the long run, higher percentage amount of time. Makes it a little tougher to make the ball, but gets you better cue ball results in the end. Ryan just pokes the 7 in there, brings the cue ball back across the table. Now Gunner's got the 5 in the bottom right-hand corner. He also has the 1 in the bottom left, and he is looking at that 1 ball. 6 is in a bit of a tricky spot here. Don't believe the breakout angle is on from there. Okay, Brylan to bat here. Wouldn't be surprised if he shoots the 9 ball with a little bit of right-hand spin to go over into that 8 to separate the 8 and 6. Brylan taking his time here, wants to make a correct decision. He could shoot the 12 in the bottom left-hand corner with some draw, try to draw the cue ball over into the 8 as well. Personally, I like shooting the 9 because it's a lot more secure pocketing of the ball. Couldn't do it much better. Good touch and spin control there. JJ probably just rolled this forward just a few inches. Leave Brylan a pretty good angle on this 8 ball. I would expect him to make this. Desperately need to win this game. Being down 2-0 when you have to win 5 is almost a death sentence. Alright, with that miss, that brings Ryan back to the table. They have 4 solids and the 8 ball remaining. A little bit of trouble with that 6 ball. If they can work the cue ball up to that top left portion of your screen, they'll have some options. They'll start with this 1 ball. Oh. Yeah, that is not great. Easy safe though. Gunner can just shoot straight into this 5 ball, dead straight, and just shoot a stop shot. Now you can draw the cue ball back just a few inches. Okay, now JJ has 1 shot here. I believe he can cross the face of that 8 ball and try to make it in the top right corner. That's what he's pointing at. Not a gimme. Cue ball can come back up the table and knock the 8 off track. Oh, what touch. Leaves it right in the side pocket. What a shot. Leaves it right in the jaws of the pocket. Couldn't come much closer. And Ryan and Gunner have their work cut out for them from here. Have to work the cue ball down to that end of the table where the 8 ball is to have any chance of a cut shot on the 5 or the 4. That's probably gonna be a win for Brylan and JJ to level the score at 1-1. All right. Right score is 1-1. Gunner and Ryan are going to 3, so they still have the advantage here. JJ and Brylan going to 5, so they need to win 4 more. Good break by JJ, but he fails to pocket a ball. Brings young Gunner back to the table. His option, solids or stripes, either one. Looks like it may be tough for him to make a stripe, so he's probably going to be forced to shoot at the solids here. Goes wide of the mark, and that's going to be an open table for Brylan. Limited options because he's wedged up behind that 4 ball. Probably going to be forced to shoot the stripes or play safety. Not a ton to shoot at here. Can't really cut the 13 in the side. Doesn't look like he can see enough of the 13 to cut it aside. May have to try to make the 11 in the bottom left-hand corner. That's what he's looking at now, it looks like. Okay, still an open table for Ryan. Both these teams are just into the money, so the loser will be getting the 3rd place money. The winner will go on to the finals to face Rob and Ty Lasco. Open table for Ryan here. He likes the 15 ball. All right, Gunner and Frank to the table on the stripe balls. So you may have a few options here. 11 ball, possibly the 9 on the side. He's going to take the 11. Keeps the cue ball on the bottom of the table, though, and that may be a problem. Looks like Ryan is eyeing up a 10-9 combination in the side pocket here. Got to watch the scratch in the right side pocket. Makes a great shot, narrowly avoids scratch. He's got her in a bit of a difficult spot though. This He's looking at the 12 in the corner, but I don't think he can see enough of that 12 to cut it in there. I think this is going to be an overcut. Close, but no cigar. JJ to the table on the solids. All the solids are looking pretty decent from here. Gonna start with the 5 ball on the side. Just tap it in, roll the cue ball forward for the 1 or the 3. Or potentially the 6 ball. Ryland likes the 1. They're going to talk about it. They're going to take their time out now. JJ wants him to shoot the 6, and then they're going to shoot the 4 next. I think that's a good strategy. Get rid of those 2 balls. You can come back down the table and get rid of the rest of them. Brings the cue ball back out for the 1 ball now. Pretty much the same angle that Brylan had before, just a little bit farther away from it. Taps it in nicely. And it does appear the 2 passes that passes the 12 ball in the corner pocket. Can't be sure from up here, but it looks like it may just narrowly pass. Alright, that's what he's going to do. He's going to keep the 2 in the corner. Oh. Favors the left side of the pocket and
You hear me? It's go
brings
time.
Ryan back to the table here.
Long live the chief. What's up, man? Off your ass on your feet. Ain't no time to beat your feet.
Alright, Brylan back to the table. Almost certainly going to shoot a 3-2 combination in the bottom right-hand corner. Nice speed control there. Leaves JJ an option. He can cut the 3 or the 4. Sorry, that's the 7 ball. Looking down at the table, the glare on the ball made it look purple. Alright, Brylan's just going to hit this with some top spin. Probably just lay up here for the side pocket. JJ's a heavy favorite to make this one. 2-1. JJ and Brylan going to 5. Ryan and Gunnar going to 3. JJ and Brylan still need 3 games. Gunnar and Ryan only need 2. It looks like the crowd is picking up, getting close to Illini game time for the Final Four. About 13 minutes until game time. All right, Brylan to break, 2-1. One solid down, open table for JJ. Okay, so JJ elects to shoot the 4 ball. They're going to be solids this game. Let's see what Brylan decides to do. They're going to take the timeout early. All right, I like that play. Brylan's going to try to shoot the 7 ball. Put some top spin on it, bring the cue ball between the 15 and the 12, and lay for that 6 ball at the top left corner. And if they can get to that, they could potentially run the table. Just a touch too much, but it is still makeable. I'd like to have a little bit easier shot than that. But it's a very touchy speed shot, so that's actually pretty good from where he was. Thin cut on this 6. JJ's just eyeing up where he wants to leave the cue ball. Looks like he wants to lay for that 5 ball next. Nicely done on the cut shot. I know Brylan can see through to the right edge of this one to cut it in the top left corner. I'm not sure what he's got on that 2 ball, if anything. Tried to hit it with a good speed, just narrowly missed the shot. Nothing simple here on the stripes. Might be able to see through the edge of the 11 to cut it in the bottom left corner. From the angle I have up here in the booth, it looks like he can cut that 11 in, but he wants to shoot anything but that. Tries a pretty steep cut on that 13. I didn't even think you could cut that ball in. JJ's going to be forced to go to the jump cue here. Probably going to try to jump and make this 5 ball. Going to have to land right on it. Eight ball super close to the 5. This is super difficult here. Changing his mind, going to try to jump over the 9 and make the 2 ball in the top right corner. All right, misses what he was trying for, but still makes a good hit. More and more people pouring into the establishment for the beginning of this game. All right, looks like Gunner's looking through to the 14 on the side here. 15 on the side. I thought for sure he would cut the 14 in. He's running to the table, got a few options, got the 12 in the bottom left, got the 9 in the bottom left, or he has the 13 in the right hand side. I like the 13 in the side and then going into that 14-10 a little bit. Doesn't necessarily have to separate them, but it'd be a tricky position to get on them. Okay, that works. Gunner can shoot this 14 or 10 in the side. I'm not sure if the 10 passes the 14. But if it does, then both balls go in the side pocket. It did pass. Nice speed control there to hold the cue ball there in the middle of the table. Now Ryan's got a few options. Got the 9 or the 12. Pretty easy. Could back cut the 14, but the cue ball is going to run a little bit on him. I don't think he'll shoot that. Okay, he is going to shoot the 14. Cue ball's going to run towards the bottom of the string. All right, changing his mind yet again. 12 ball. Probably needs some right-hand spin on this to bring it above the 9 ball. All right, he elected to put some top and some left on it and go 3 rails. Don't think Gunner can see this ball through to the side. He's looking at it. I don't think he can see enough of that 14. Maybe able to cut it into the top corner pocket there. I don't think you'd want to try though. I think the 9 is the better bet. Nice shot from Gunner there. Good line. Ryan can just tap this in and lay Gunner for an easy 8 ball. All right, and if Gunner can make this, Ryan and Gunner will be on the hill. And Brown and JJ are going to have to win 3 straight games. All right, 2-2. Ryan and Gunner on the hill. Brown and JJ must win 3 straight to remain in this tournament. Winner goes on to the finals to face Rob and Ty. Ryan to break.
Hell no.
Makes a pretty decent spread of the balls there. 1 stripe down. Looks like Gunner took a quick restroom break. We'll resume as soon as he comes back. He'll have an open table. Alright, here comes Gunner, so we will resume here momentarily. Gunner has an open table. One stripe down. Ryan and Gunner are on the hill. One more game to advance to the finals. Gunner's just weighing his options here. Looks like he's going to settle on the 14 on the right side. Alright, nicely done. Leaves Ryan the 10 in the other side. Looks like Ryan can probably just shoot a bit of a stop shot here. Just hold the cue ball there towards the middle of the table for the 12 ball in the bottom right-hand corner. Maybe just draw the cue ball back 1 or 2 inches, maybe just a ball width. That's going to be ball in hand. Nothing hit a rail right there.
Yeah.
10 ball did not hit the pocket, and the cue ball did not hit a rail, so that's going to be ball in hand for JJ. They're on the solids here, so let's see how they want to go about it. They're going to go ahead and try to get rid of their biggest treble ball right off the bat. Ryland lays pretty good here for the 5 ball. Just put a little bit of top spin on this, play it over to the rail. Oh, a little bit hard. I think JJ would have preferred the lay that on the right side of the table for that 7. Ryland's touch was just a little bit off on that one. Uncharacteristic for the young man. JJ's going to shoot this one, try to draw the cue ball back down to the right of the 7 ball. Nice shot from JJ there. Leaves Brylan a good angle to play the cue ball to the side rail and up the table, or he could just use some straight low. Go between the 10 and the 6. Okay, leaves JJ some options here. He's got the 6 or the 2 ball, whichever he prefers. He likes the 6 ball. Going to use some low spin to draw the cue ball over to the right side. 2 ball next, just a little bit of high and right here to hold the cue ball on the right side of the screen. Spin will also help the cue ball travel to the pocket a little bit so you can hit it soft. Nothing special here, just a little bit of top spin, maybe just a little bit above center here. Okay, you put a little bit of left on it, which made the angle just a little bit better, a little bit higher percentage. Alright, it is 3-2. JJ and Brylan need 2 more games to move on. Gunner and Ryan just need 1 more. This will probably be the last match of the commentary tonight, so I can watch the Illini game a little bit. It's kind of hard to see it from back here. Can't really see the score. I can see the game, but cannot see the score from here. Watch that right-hand side pocket from this spot. The second ball likes to go in the side pocket quite a bit. $13 went right just south of the pocket there. Almost makes it in the top left corner. Comes up dry, makes a good spread, comes up dry, brings Gunner to the table with his option of solids or stripes. Options may be slightly limited as he is right over that 8 ball. Gunner just weighing over his options. Don't really think he has a whole lot of them to pick from, though. I was looking at a possible 15-5 combo or 15-13 combo or billiard possibly. Let's see what side of the 15 he decides to go off of. I think he's going to go off the left side of it and try to pocket the 13 with the cue ball. Pretty close. Pretty good effort from where he was, being jacked up over that 8 ball like that. Alright, JJ. Bryland's shot, actually. Yeah, I was just about to say it's Bryland's shot, not JJ's. This brings Bryland to the table with an open table. Bryland likes the stripes. A little bit of an issue with that 15 up at the top right of your screen with the 7 ball, but other than that, do have the 10 underneath the 3, but that's a little bit of an advantage. JJ likes the 9 ball on the side, going to draw the cue ball over to the right hand side of the screen and wants to get rid of this 15 right away. Went a little farther up the table than he would have liked, but it's still gettable. Brian will try to play this 15 to the top left corner pocket. Could also potentially send the cue ball down into that 3-10 ball and split them apart. I think Brown's just trying to figure out where the cue ball is going to go before he shoots this. I think with a little bit of high spin, he could go right into the 3 ball there and separate the 10 and the 3. He's hitting this with a low ball. He's definitely going to avoid those 2 balls. See what I mean? If he would have hit that with some top spin, I think he could have gone into that cluster. Looks like JJ's probably going to play safe here. More of a containing shot because that's not totally safe. I believe the 3 passes in the right-hand side if they want to shoot it from here. Okay, Ryan doesn't want to move that 3 ball. He's just going to tap up on the 4, try to play up behind the 7, it looks like. Hits the 4 a little too thick. Caught it square in the face. He wanted to hit the right edge of it. Ryland back to the table here. Probably going to shoot this 12 ball. Oh, he's looking at the 11. Cue ball's going to glance over into the 6 if he shoots that. Okay, he just played safe on it. Just trying to play a containing shot there. Six in the corner. Gunner's going to hit this with a low ball, so he should avoid the 10-3, I believe. JJ back to the table, and he will probably shoot the 12 in the bottom right-hand corner from here. Looks like he's hitting this with a low left spin. Overcut it a little bit. Cut that one just a touch too thin. Ryan back to the table, going to shoot the 7 in the top right corner. Needs to avoid this 4 ball. Kind of moved on his shot there. Didn't stay down and stable. He kind of jumped up to see what was going to happen. Well, it looks like Brian's going to try to bank this 12. No, he's just going to play safe. Pretty good shot there. Leaves him a few long shots, but nothing that's gonna hurt him too bad. Alright, Gunner overcuts it. Brings JJ back to the table. He'll almost certainly shoot this 12 ball in the corner. Probably use a little bit of low on it. Well, he's just gonna play safe. Just kind of punts the 12 in front of the corner pocket. A little bit confused on why he didn't try to make that and continue the run. Looks like JJ and Brylan want them to get some of their balls off the table here. Gunner's going to get his extension for his full cue, give himself a little bit more reach on this shot. Looks like the 5 probably does pass the 12. That's what he was just looking at. Ryan shoots the 5, repositions the 2 a little bit, opens the solids up just a little bit. They still have a little work to do in this bottom left-hand corner. 6 is sitting in a position where they could break out the 3 pretty easily if they just get the right angle for it. Okay, maybe kind of tough to get there from here.
may be kind of tough to get there from here. Cue ball does cut in the side. Cue ball's going to run on him a little bit, even if he hits it soft. Needs this ball to stop. Just comes to rest in a good area. Now, if Gunner can hit this with the proper spin, he can go up into that 10 ball and reposition that 3 in front of the side pocket. Okay, a little bit too much spin. He did reposition the 3. He sent the cue ball to the top of the screen there, and it's going to be very difficult to make this 3. Ryan may have to play it off the right top edge of the 8 ball. That's going to send the cue ball off the bottom rail and back up the table a little bit, so this could be tricky. Even if he makes it, could be difficult to secure a shot on the 8 ball here. Gives it a good effort. Pretty good try from where he was there. Best offensive option, probably.
This ball's even our right. It's the only thing I got to fucking go on.
All right, Brylan to the table. He's going to shoot the 11 ball first. They want to get that out of the way. The 3 remaining strikes after that are all out. Pretty makeable spots. Good chance JJ is going to shoot this 14 ball. Just kind of keep the cue ball in the middle of the table and give Brylan his option of either stripe. I'll probably put just a little bit of backspin on this, bring the cue ball up the table, try to keep the cue ball between the rail and the 8 ball. JJ's got a few options here. You can put some low right on this, spin it over to the right-hand portion of your screen for the 8 and the side. You could spin it all the way out to the middle of the table for the 8 in the corner pocket if he chooses. Could also just draw the cue ball straight back for the 8 ball on the right-hand side. Looks like that's what he's going to do. Going to put some low spin on this. Just try to draw his cue ball straight back. That'll play. Brown can shoot this 8 ball in the corner pocket. Just needs to avoid the right-hand side. I believe some top spin is in order here. Should send the cue ball above that right-hand side. Maximum top spin. Otherwise, he's going to have to jack his cue up. He's electing to jack his cue up. JJ's going to stop him right there. I think he sees what I see. Just some straight top spin, level cue. Okay, looks like JJ may be telling him to cut this ball in the side. That's what he's doing. He's going to try to make this ball in the side pocket. Cue ball's going to do a lot of running here. I think he can just shoot it in the corner with some straight top spin and avoid that right-hand side. And that is unfortunate. You hate to see it. And if Gunner and Ryan can clear up from here, they're going to move on to the finals. But
left-hand spin on this. Go into the 8-ball, send it up the table, possibly in front of the side pocket. Secure yourself a shot. Ooh, that's going to be tough. That is not a gimme, folks. Ryan is almost certainly going to be forced to shoot this ball on the side with a thin cut. It's not a super difficult shot, but under the pressure of trying to win this match and move on to the finals, anything can happen. Overcut it. It's going to give JJ one more try at it. This game is almost certainly over. We're going to have a hill decider, assuming JJ can pocket this ball. All right, hill, Bryland to break for the match. Here we go. Hill. Winner moves on to the finals. Losers gets third place. One solid down. JJ to the table with an open table. Solids don't look too bad here, especially if you can make this 6 right off the bat. JJ made the 6 on the side, brings Bryland to the table. Just looking at their options, I think he'll probably roll this 2-ball in. He's looking at the 4, that's okay too. Just hit the 4 in, lay for the 1 in the corner. Decent speed control. JJ's got his option, the 7 or the 1. He'll probably take the 1 ball. Gonna hit this with a little bit above center here. Spins it up nicely for the 2-ball next. Bryland could shoot the 3, but I think that would be the wrong move. I believe 2 is the move here. It's almost straight in. You just shoot a stop shot right there. All right, just like that. All right, now JJ will play this 7 in the corner. He just needs to hold his nerves here. Got a small window between the 8 and the... All right, he's going to shoot the 3 here. He doesn't want to fool around with getting position on it. I can understand that. He'll use a little bit of high, little bit of left spin on this, bring the cue ball back out where he is now for the 7. Overran his position a little bit, but that's okay. Bryland's got a little bit of work to do here. Position on the 8-ball could be tricky here. we're going to talk about it because Brylan knows this is a tricky spot. I think that may be their best bet, is playing the cue ball over to that area they're standing at now. Just some high spin. Don't even really need any side spin, I don't think. Just high spin and speed control. And this ball has to get up above that 11 where they can make the 8. Has to get up to that area. Small position window. JJ would like to stop that cue ball just a few inches shorter where Brylan could just roll that 7 in and wait for the 8th side, other side, the right side. I think JJ gave him a pretty good coach there. Just has to execute. Needs this ball to run, needs to bounce. Don't think he quite got there. If he did, he just barely did. He did. JJ's calling the side pocket. He must have just got it up enough. All right, we're going to have a rematch of the hot seat match here. We're going to have Rob Lasko and Ty Lasko against JJ and Brylan. I'm going to mute the commentary, and that's going to do it for me this evening. I'm going to go watch this basketball game a little bit. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy the finals.